Sixth session of the Senate in the first regular session of the 20th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Christopher Bongo will lead the chamber in prayer.
In the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit, Amen. Almighty God, we thank you for allowing us to gather once again today to serve the Filipino people. We are grateful for the wisdom, strength, and guidance that you continue to grant us as we carry out our responsibilities as public servants. May the decisions we make always be anchored in truth, fairness, and the genuine welfare of our fellow Filipinos. Remind us that the trust given to us by the people is a sacred responsibility. May we remain humble, compassionate, and steadfast in our commitment to put the nation and the welfare of our people above all else. Lord, we also lift up to you the many challenges facing our world today. We pray for peace in regions affected by conflict, particularly in the Middle East. May leaders find the courage and wisdom to choose dialogue and peace over violence. We also pray for stability in the global economy as rising oil prices continue to affect many nations, including our own. We ask that you guide our leaders in finding solutions that will protect the welfare of our people, especially the poor and vulnerable who are most affected by these challenges. Lord, we also offer a special prayer for the continued health and strength of former President Rodrigo Duterte. Pagdasal po natin ang kalusugan at kalagayan ni Tatay Digong. May he continue to find strength in your presence. As we approach the recess, we pray that this brief pause will allow us time to reflect, renew our strength, and return with greater dedication to continue the work entrusted to us. We also lift up to you every Filipino, especially those who are struggling, those seeking hope, and those working tirelessly to provide for their families. May your guidance and protection always be upon our nation. Tulungan po natin yung mga kababayan natin na walang-wala, yung mga mahirap, kesa magsiraan po sa isa't isa. All this we ask in our holy name. Amen.
Amen. The Coro Nueva Era will lead us in the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, and the group will also render a song entitled Iisang Bangka.
Bayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng magiti, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisi. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bugaw, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagbininig, ang bituin na taro niyang kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng alhati pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang iligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Sama-sama sa sadwanan, sama-sama sa lakbayan, sama-sama sa paglusang, sama-sama sa daratlan, sama-sama sa pagkugan, sama-sama sa pagkugan, bulong nagsama-sama basta't kasama mo ako isang mahal tayo. Ano bang hindi na makakamtan natin at hindi pa rin sa harap ang siman ating sasabihin sa luyo ng dagat basta't kasama mo ako isang mahal tayo. Ano bang hindi na makakamtan natin sama-sama magkasama sama-sama magkasama sama-sama magkasama sama-sama magkasama sama-sama magkasama.
Thank you. The secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camil, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Subiri. The Senate President is present.
With 21 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 55th Session, Wednesday, March 11, 2026, and consider the same as approved. I so move.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The journal is approved.
Mr. President, we'd just like to greet a very happy birthday to distinguished colleague, Senator Rafi Tulfo, who celebrated his birthday March 12. Mr. President.
Yes, our
Happy
birthday greetings to Senator Rafi Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr.
Happy
President.
birthday, sir.
Mr. President, we ask for a minute suspension so that our colleagues can greet him, Mr. President.
Session suspended. the Majority Leader, would you like to take advantage of the...
Thank you very much, Mr.
Members
President. Maybe we
present?
can ask our colleagues to settle down a bit. Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have a number of visitors in the Senate here today, starting with barangay officials from Barangay Laturan, Libuna, Bukidnon. Oh, that's from my neck of the woods, led by Barangay Captain Lini Cabardo. Also, guest of Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Malik Diof, and Coach Ryan Gregorio is here. We're approving on third reading a bill granting Malik Diof citizenship today. Is she here? I'm sure Senator Estrada will no longer ask her if she has a boyfriend or not.
All right.
Mr. President,
who else?
we also have my guests from, Cor Jesu College, headed by Mayor June Ray de Quina. We also have with us, that's it, Mr. President. Thank you. So we recognize them all, Mr. President, for all the guests that are here. Thank you. Oh, yes. May we recognize Senator Lauren Legarda, Mr. President.
Before that, we recognize the DBM Secretary. Is it?
Yes, my apologies.
Yes, Secretary-
I think our staff in front
Secretary
do not
Toledo.
recognize this gentleman with pleasing personality, Mr. President, and striking features. Our Secretary of the DBM, Secretary Toledo. Sir, thank you for
All
coming.
right, thank you.
Secretary.
I saw him from afar because I need something from him. Just joke.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. Before anything else, I wanted to extend, and I'm sure our colleagues would want to share this with me, our warmest congratulations to our Majority Leader. Maybe not everyone knows that Senator Mig Subiri, he received the National Book Award in the profession category during the 43rd National Book Awards held the other day, March 14, at the Mega Trade Hall. The award, conferred by the National Book Development Board and the Filipino Critics Circle, recognizes our Majority Leader's work, the book Road to Peace, Crafting the Bangsamoro Organic Law. This work captures an important chapter in our nation's history and offers valuable insights into the legislative and political process that helped bring lasting peace and governance to the Bangsamoro. Beyond being a distinguished legislator, Senator Subiri has demonstrated through this work a deep commitment to documenting the difficult yet meaningful journey towards peace in Mindanao. The book stands as testament to the power of dialogue, perseverance, and principled leadership in advancing national unity and reconciliation. And I believe that this recognition not only honors his contribution to literature and to public service, but reminds us of the importance of preserving the stories behind the laws that shape our country. This is an interesting work that could probably inspire all of us to write the anecdotes, the backstories, the inside stories of the work behind every bill and legislation. So once again, we're proud of you, our dear brother, our Majority Leader, former Senate President, a esteemed gentleman from Mindanao, Senator Mig Subiri, on this well-deserved recognition. Congratulations.
Thank you very Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Thank you very much to my dear colleagues. Mr. President, I just want to
Yes,
put on
sir.
record that the award that I got this weekend, I share it with all of you.
Thank you.
Because you were the Senate President, Mr. President, when we passed the Bangsamoro Organic Law.
Yeah.
All of the members here that were in the 17th Congress, I believe,
18th.
18th Congress, were instrumental. For example, our Senate President pro tempore, Senator Ping Lacson, helped me a lot in crafting the provisions on the peace and order, yung public order and security portion of the BOL, especially yung pagbibigay, kasi gusto po nila ng independent police force, hindi po tayo pumayag. Being the former chief PNP, I knew he stood his ground and said the police should be always centralized from the top. And we accepted all these amendments to that. Senator Frank Drilon, Senator Coco Pimentel helped me in crafting the provisions on particularly the constitutionality, the legal provisions. Senator Risa Ontivero, even Senator Chis Escudero helped us with the legal language. Senator Risa, Senator Lauren, Senator JV, Senator Bam, marami, halos lahat,
And if
Mr. President.
and if you recall, I
Halos
have the
lahat
biggest,
tumulong.
I have the biggest contribution because I changed the name.
That's correct, Mr. President. That is correct. Of the
Changed
title.
the title.
That's correct, Mr. President. And at the time, itim pa yung mga book natin noon.
Oh yeah.
Nung pinasok po natin yan.
We
Wala pa yung
almost
pandemic.
we almost passed a law that was unconstitutional if we did not include autonomous region of Muslim Mindanao
Yes,
in the
and
Bangsamoro.
we thank also for
Yeah.
we also thank the Supreme Court for declaring it constitutional, Mr.
Yes.
President. That's the most
So
important.
congratulations on your award.
Thank you,
You
sir.
are a true red-blooded ninja.
Salamat po, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading several measures before we take up other matters. Mr. President, I move that we approve Senate Bill number 1719, and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Yes, any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote for third reading on Senate Bill 1719. Please proceed.
An act declaring the month of April every year as the Philippine Veterans Month. Roll call of members. Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camil, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Subiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 1719 is approved on third reading.
Congratulations are in order to the
Sure,
sponsors
Dirida.
and the authors. Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading Senate Bill number 1908. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill 1908 is in order. The Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
An act mandating law enforcement officers to use a body-worn camera during law enforcement operations, providing penalties for violations and appropriating funds 44. Roll call of members. Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camil, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Subiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 1908 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I also want to put on record that all the bills that we're passing on third reading have been electronically distributed to the senators on March 13 in compliance with the three-day rule of the Constitution.
Noted.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President. We move to approve also, Mr. President, Senate Bill number 1910. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote for 1910.
An act providing for a free financial literacy education for overseas Filipino workers and their families. Roll call of members. Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camil, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Subiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
With 21, 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 1910 is approved on third reading. Majority
President,
Leader.
I move to approve on third reading Senate Bill number 1917, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 1917, the Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
An act providing for protection of remittances of overseas Filipino workers. Roll call of members, Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camil, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Subiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 1917 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading Senate Bill number 1937. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The Senate Bill 1937 is in order for third reading. The Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
An act utilizing support for public basic education schools in geographically isolated and dismantled areas and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members, Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camil, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Subiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 20 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 1937 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I call for the third reading of this House Bill number, may we just ask if Mr. Maudo Diouf is here on the gallery, and maybe we can ask him to stand?
Yes, he's here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We just wanted to make sure. Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 6640. I so move.
Any objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 6640 is up for third reading. The Secretary will read the title of the measure. Conduct a roll call vote.
An act granting Philippine citizenship to Maudo Diouf, Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camil, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Subiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 20 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 6640 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for just a minute suspension to confer something with you, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, usually by tradition, all those that we approve on citizenships are here for third reading approval. However, I believe this other personality had an emergency and had to leave at this particular time due to an emergency, Mr. President. So if the body will allow it, we can approve it on third reading because I believe there will be a very big championship coming up very soon, and she's very willing already to play for flag and country. We will just request her to come, Mr. President, on the first day of session on May 3. She has to be here at least to present herself to the members of the Senate who were not able to attend the committee hearing.
So
Just to see the
presently she is abroad.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right.
Due
And,
to an emergency.
During the Commission on Appointments confirmation, we do allow that if the body allows it. So
Yes.
you may proceed.
It's just that we don't want to make it a precedent because we
It
don't
is-
want to approve
it
on
is
third
not a
reading.
precedent.
Yes. This case, it's an emergency, Mr. President.
Yes.
And she had asked permission. So with that, I move to approve on third reading House Bill number 6641, Mr. President. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, House Bill 6641 is up for third reading. The Secretary will read the title of the measure. Conduct a roll call vote.
An act granting Philippine citizenship to Elizabeth Janet Means. Roll call of members. Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camille, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Subiri,
Dalawa, di ba?
Senate President Soto III.
With 18 affirmative votes, 2 negative votes, and no abstention.
Sir, there's an abstention and there's a no vote.
One abstention. 16
And one no vote.
16 affirmative votes, 2 negative votes, and 1 abstention. House Bill 6641 is approved on third reading.
May we recognize Senator Jingo Estrada, Mr.
Senator Jingo Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to explain my vote, Mr. President, the reason why I abstained from voting is that we should require the presence of the applicant here in the Senate. If she is really interested in acquiring Philippine citizenship, she should be present here at the gallery right now. Like the presence of Mr. Malik, I think he's very interested in acquiring Filipino citizenship. But the applicant that we are discussing, that we are deliberating right now, is absent. So that is the reason for the vote of abstention, Mr. President.
May we know the vote of Senator Villanueva?
I think he went inside, Mr. President. I think he was a negative vote, Mr.
Huh?
President.
So there are two. Let me correct the voting. Yeah, abstain. All
So
right.
abstain siya.
So there are.
Mr. President, may I, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
Mr. President, just like some of our colleagues here, I feel, Mr. President, that the applicant for Filipino citizenship should be here. And considering that she's not around, Mr. President, I was opting for myself not to participate in the voting, Mr. President. But considering that I'm here now on the floor, I would register my no vote, Mr. President.
No, so it's
Yes,
the
Mr.
tamang
President.
bilang ko.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President.
He did not abstain. It's a negative vote. Padilla, Villanueva, negative.
Yes, Mr. President. And Mr.
Yeah.
President,
We cleared the records. 17 affirmative votes,
and Mr.
2
President,
negative votes, and 1 abstention. Yeah, correct.
and if I
What
may
I
be
said
allowed
was
to
correct.
explain as well, I vote yes with a heavy heart because I really, as you are and I am, we are both stickler for the rules and traditions of the Senate.
Yes.
I only note that there's going to be a championship coming up very, very soon, and the good sponsor, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, had appealed to me if we can actually dispense with that
Yes.
particular tradition. But I do it with a heavy heart, Mr. President. Kasi takot nga tayo sa mga fake na pagbibigay ng fake citizenships. So we want to make sure na they're sincere with their plan to accept Filipino citizenship. So
Yes, indeed, we understand
Yes.
the resolution or the manifestation of the gentleman. But again, because of the necessity of the hour, that is the reason that we took on the tradition also in the Commission on Appointments, where we approve, even if they're not present, if there is a valid reason. And the valid reason is she's in California because of a family
emergency.
emergency. So
Mr.
that's the
President,
reason that we took it up and took it on the floor. All right?
May we just get the commitment of the sponsor, Justice Committee Chair, as well as the coach. I believe the coach is here, that she comes to the Senate on May 3 when we start session. May 4 when we start session, Mr. President.
All right. Senator Francis Pangilinan is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, on the condition that she appears on the first day of our session, Mr. President, we will relay. And that, for the record, Mr. President, this should not be a precedent for future citizenship applications as well as approvals on third reading, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you.
Senator Jigo Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one question addressed to the good gentleman from Pampangan, Quezon City.
Willingly, Mr. President.
Wasn't she informed about the invitation today?
Yes, she was informed, and that there was a family emergency, if I'm not mistaken, which required her to leave. The other concern, Mr. President, is that the SBP has said that she needs to have her passport processed by April so that she can participate in the competitions. And therefore, if we are to resume sessions in May, then her passport will not be processed in time, Mr. President.
And a little leniency because it's the first time that we are approving the citizenship of a female athlete.
That is correct, Mr. President.
So it's the first time. Why not? Ba't di pagbigyan? Di ba? And
Thank
that's
you.
what we did. That is what we did.
Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
President.
It coincides with Women's Month, and we just had a program for the women senators, the book launching of the women senators of the Philippines, all 24 of them, from Geronima Pecson all the way to Aimee Marcos, Risa Ontiveros, Pia Cayetano, Loren Legarda, Camille Villar.
That is correct, Mr. President. And the principal author of this measure is Senator Pia Cayetano.
Yes, yes. All right. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As long as we have an understanding that it won't happen again,
Yes.
so that we have to make sure that all those who were seeking for citizenship must be here at least on third reading. And if they're not here, then we will defer. On the next batch, we will make sure that we will defer their approval. Thank you, Mr. President. We have several senators who wish to give their explanation of votes, starting with Senator Raffy Tulfo, our birthday boy, Mr. President. May we recognize Senator Tulfo.
Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Mr. President, and my dear colleagues, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for your overwhelming support of Senate Bill number 1910 under Committee Report number 37. This bill, which provides free financial literacy education for overseas Filipino workers and their families, mark another significant step forward in safeguarding the well-being of our migrant workers. The approval of this bill on third reading demonstrates our unwavering commitment to supporting OFWs, not only concerning their physical health and safety, but also in protecting their hard-earned money. We all recognize that these earnings are the result of their hard work and determination abroad. Although this legislative measure may appear simple and brief, it represents a substantial advancement toward helping OFWs secure their futures. By promoting financial literacy, we enable our migrant workers to make wise monetary decisions, avoid predatory financial scams, invest wisely, and build financial security for themselves and their families. And with the passage of Senator Joel's OFW Remittance Protection Act, makakasiguro ang ating mga kababayang OFWs na mas lalo pang mapangalagaan ang kanilang pera na bunga ng kanilang di mapantayang dugo, pawis at sakripisyo. Mr. President, dear colleagues, again, thank you so very much for supporting this bill. May we continue to reciprocate the sacrifices made by our OFWs. Good afternoon. Thank you again, Mr. President.
The Majority Leader, I understand you wanted to call a caucus.
Yes,
after,
Mr. President,
but,
we just have a couple of other members who wish
All right.
to explain their vote. But may I just remind our dear colleagues, after this, we'll have an all-member caucus. We can suspend for a few minutes to discuss very important priority measures, Mr. President.
as requested by Senator Pia Cayetano.
That's correct, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize Senator Joel Villanueva for his explanation.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to our dear Majority Leader. Mr. President, may I just insert into the records some of the bills that I wanted to explain my vote. But for the meantime, Mr. President, may I just manifest my vote on SBN 1917. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the measure we have just approved on third and final reading is rooted in a simple but profound objective to do what is good for our fellow Filipinos, particularly for the millions of overseas Filipino workers whose sacrifices sustain countless families and contribute significantly to the progress of our nation. With the passage of Senate Bill number 1917, or the Overseas Filipino Workers Remittance Protection Act, this chamber has taken a meaningful step towards safeguarding and hard-earned remittances of our migrant workers and ensuring that the fruits of their labor reach their loved ones fairly and transparently. Ginoong Pangulo, sa gitna po ng patuloy na tensyon at sigalot sa gitnang silangan, kung saan marami sa ating mga OFW ang nagtatrabaho, napapanahon na po ang pagpasa ng panukalang ito sapagkat pinapatibay nito ang ating pangako at tungkuling pangalagaan ang bunga ng kanilang sakripisyo at tiyakin na makarating ng buo sa kanilang mga pamilya ang kanilang pinaghirapang kita. This bill introduces important safeguards. It ensures reasonable oversight on remittance fees and services, requires transparency in exchange rates and related charges, and strengthens financial literacy programs for OFWs and their families so that their hard-earned income can translate into long-term financial security and sustainable livelihood. Mr. President, at this point, please allow me to express my sincerest thanks to the members of this august chamber for their support and cooperation in the passage of this measure. We would especially like to thank Senate President Tito Soto for his valuable refinements to the bill, which will help ensure that the benefits of this legislation are immediately felt by our OFWs and their families. We'd like to thank again our fellow authors, Senators Camille Villar, Jinggoy Estrada, Rafi Tulfo, JV Ejercito, Mark Villar, and Kiko Pangilinan. We also thank the agencies and stakeholders who shared their expertise during the deliberations, particularly BSP, DOF, DMW, OWA, and the many organizations advocating for the welfare of our OFWs. Ginoong Pangulo, sa araw po na ito, muli nating pinatunayan na ang Senado ay nagkakaisa sa layuning protektahan ang kapakanan ng ating mga kababayan, lalo na po ang ating mga bagong bayaning patuloy na nagsusumikap sa ibang bansa para sa kanilang mga pamilya at para sa ating inang bayan. The passage of this bill brings us one step closer to a more just and protective system for our OFWs. Yet it is also a reminder of our continuing responsibility to create opportunities here at home so that one day, no Filipino will be compelled to leave the country in search of livelihood. Hanggang sa araw po na iyon, mananatili po ang ating tungkuling pangalagaan, ang karapatan at kapakanan ng ating mga kababayang kumakayod sa ibayong dagat. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Next to also explain his vote is our distinguished colleague, Senator J.V. Ejercito.
Senator J.B. Ejercito is recognized.
Mr. President, Magandang hapon po. Sa pagpasa sa third reading ng Senate Bill number 1908, pinapakita natin ang ating kolektibong mitiin na bumabalangkas ng balanseng mga mekanismo upang pareho maprotektahan ang kapakanan at karapatan ng mga sibilyan at magbibigay rin ng malinaw at makatarungang panuntunan para sa ating mga alagad na batas sa pagsagawa ng kanilang mga tungkulin. This bill is a product of our collective efforts to strengthen transparency and accountability in legitimate law enforcement operations. Civilians will be protected from alleged irregularities in raids, and while law enforcers will not be accused of corruption and tampering. Sa paggamit ng body-worn cameras, maalis ang pagdududa laban sa ating kapulisan kasabay ang pangangalaga sa karapatang pantao ng ating mga mamamayan. Sa bawat operasyon ng ating kapulisan, may body-worn camera na magsisilbing saksi sa lahat ng mga pangyayari. Ngunit hindi lamang ito sa isang ordinaryong witness, kundi isang witness na impartial. Sa huli, umaasa po tayo na ang panukalang batas na ito ay magiging mahalagang hakbang tungo sa pagpapalakas ng tiwala ng publiko sa ating mga institusyon at law enforcement officers at sa pagtataguyod ng isang tapat na sistema. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. May we recognize once again Senator Rafi?
Senator Rapi Tulfo, yes.
Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I vote yes on this measure requiring the use of body-worn cameras by our law enforcement officers during law enforcement operations. Simple lamang po ang layunin ng panukalang ito: truth, transparency, and accountability. Sa dami ng mga insidenteng nagsumbong na po sa aking programa, mga arrest operations na may aligasyon ng pang-abuso, mga search na kinikwestiyon ng proseso, at mga operasyong nauwi sa banggaan ng salaysay, iisa lang po ang laging tanong ng taong bayan: ano ba talaga ang totoo at sino nagsasabi ng totoo? But by requiring officers to wear body-worn cameras while conducting official operations such as arrest, searches, service of warrants, entrapment and bypass operations, hot pursuit operations, and other enforcement activities, ginagarantiya po natin na may recording ang mga galaw ng parehong mga sospek at kapulisan na pwedeng i-review kung may kinakailangan. Hindi po ito laban sa kapulisan. In fact, this is as much a protection of our police officers as it is for the public. Marami po tayong matitinong pulis na nadadamay sa maling paratang. With a functioning body-worn camera, there will be an objective record of events. Hindi na ito magiging he said, she said, because the footage will speak for itself. In short, may resibo na po. The use of body-worn cameras is a very basic solution, but it's very effective for law enforcement and public accountability. Kasi nga po, nagkaroon na tayo ng resibo. Ito ang kailangan natin sa ating mga ahensya sa gobyerno, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga law enforcement agencies. The footage can serve as credible evidence that they perform their duties properly and within the bounds of the law. Ang body-worn cameras ay magsisilbing impartial witness sa bawat operasyon. Walang kinikilingan, walang binabago. Sa ganitong paraan, napapalakas natin ang tiwala ng publiko sa mga ating law enforcement agencies habang napoprotektahan din ang karapatan ng lahat. Mr. President, the passage of this measure will build greater trust between the public and our law enforcement institutions. Transparency strengthens accountability, and accountability strengthens public confidence. I would like to thank the principal sponsor of this measure, Senator J.V. Ejercito, for fast-tracking the passage of this measure. Senator J.V. Ejercito, I share the same advocacy of promoting truth, transparency, and accountability in law enforcement. Mr. President, it is with pride that I cast my vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to explain his vote, her vote rather, is Senator Lauren Legarda.
Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote yes on Senate Bill 1937, the GIDA Schools Act. As principal author of this measure, which institutionalizes support for public basic education schools in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, I respectfully seek the permission of the sponsor, Senator Bam Aquino, to be made a co-sponsor thereof. Education is a fundamental right and a powerful equalizer for many Filipino children living in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. Access to quality education remains constrained by distance, inadequate infrastructure, and limited public service. No child should be denied learning opportunities simply because of geography. This measure addresses these persistent barriers by strengthening support for public basic education schools in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, ensuring that learners in remote and marginalized communities are provided with accessible, safe, and adequate school facilities. It mandates the establishment of GIDA schools where needed, provides clear indicators for identifying communities facing significant educational access challenges. The bill strengthens planning and coordination through the development of a national GIDA schools mapping system, which will guide infrastructure planning, resource allocation, policy interventions for underserved communities. By institutionalizing support systems for GIDA schools, this measure advances our commitment to inclusive and equitable education for all Filipinos. I thank the good sponsor, Senator Bam Aquino, for making this a priority. Thank you for hearing it soonest and for sponsoring it last week. I apologize, I was not able to read my co-sponsorship because I was on sick leave last week. I would just like to put on record as well. Remember, I'm sure you've seen it online, the video of children walking through the side of a mountain where there was a mud flow by a river somewhere in Cebu. I hope that these bills and policies don't end up just ink on paper, but that particular GIDA school in that barangay in Cebu is addressed immediately. It may not have been in the GAA 2026 budget, but I'm certain that the DepEd has some funds which can be used and that the DPWH or perhaps the DBM Secretary said the LGSF can address that issue. It's something that went viral, then what? This is a GIDA school policy. It will take time before we put our words into action. But we have the GAA 2026, naka-FLR pa yata lahat, pero sana yung LGSF ay mabigay sa particular school na yon at marami pa pong gaya noon sa iba't ibang lugar. Thank you, Mr. President.
Jordi Reader.
Thank you. And I also conferred with Senator Bam Aquino. He gladly accepts the co-sponsorship request of our distinguished colleague. And the timing is perfect because we have also the Secretary of DBM here with us today, Mr. President. I hope that they prioritize these last mile schools, but it's a different name now. I believe Senator Bam called them. What is the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas? GIDA or GIDA, Mr. President.
Whatever.
Yes, whatever name, it's the same name.
It's just like finance and finance. You know, Senator
correct,
Enrile
President.
pronounces it as finance. I pronounce it as finance.
Yes.
Now, when I checked Webster, the American pronunciation is finance, but the British pronunciation is finance.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, so we're both right.
It's like tomato and tomato. Tomato and tomato. Anyway, it's all the same one. It's all the
Senator
same.
Francis Pangilinan is recognized.
But I believe, Mr. President, whether it is British or American, it is both isolated. Neither British or American pronunciation would be isolated. Mr.
Correct.
Isolated.
You are absolutely right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next to explain their vote, Mr. President, Senator Mark Villar.
Senator Mark Villar is recognized.
Mr. President, I rise to explain my yes vote on Senate Bill number 1908, or the Law Enforcement Body-Worn Camera Act. Body-worn cameras have been an integral part of law enforcement in other countries. It has been an effective deterrent against police abuse in other countries and is instrumental in the speedy resolution of cases. Mr. President, this bill is also timely and responsive in the midst of the hyper-digital era, where every occurrence from a simple traffic incident to a legitimate police operation are captured and documented by camera-enabled devices. How about the other side of the coin? Mr. President, this is where we have to tread cautiously but firmly the lines of effective law enforcement, data privacy, and human rights concerns. I personally witnessed the efficiency of our PNP when I visited their Quezon City headquarters 3 years ago. During my visit, sinubukan po natin ang response time ng PNP sa mga krimen. Pumili po tayo ng isang remote area sa Quezon City na rerespondehan ng ating kapulisan. Within 5 minutes, nakarating na po ang deployed forces ng PNP. This kind of law enforcement response is what we are envisioning with the implementation of body-worn cameras. Kaakibat ng mabilis na responde ng PNP, makapagbibigay ang body-worn cameras ng complementary at supplementary support sa kanilang operations. On the same note, ang pagpapasa sa batas na ito ay isang proteksyon ng human rights sa bansa. Hindi lang ng publiko kundi para rin sa lahat ng involved sa operations dahil recorded po ang bawat galaw ng ating kapulisan. Mas mapapaigting ang transparency at accountability ng ating kapulisan. Madadagdagan nito ang kumpiyansa ng publiko sa ating law enforcement agency at matutulungan mapababa ang krimen dahil sa mas matibay na community engagement. As such, Mr. President, I affirm my steadfast support for this bill being forwarded by our esteemed sponsor, Senator J.V. Ejercito. I share his eagerness in guaranteeing that our law enforcement will be equipped with the necessary gear to adequately accomplish their duties. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Before we suspend, so that we can do our caucus, we'd just like to also recognize the gentlemen and ladies in the gallery. We have with us USEC Roger Navarro, DA Undersecretary for Operations and Agri-Fisheries Mechanization for Rural Credit. He's with us. We have also with us Deputy Administrator of the Sugar Regulatory Administration, Attorney Guillermo Tejida is with us. Is the SRA here? We have also with us Dr. Dexter Buted, Administrator of the DA Philippine Coconut Authority. Are they here?
Yes.
Okay. Please,
Okay.
acknowledge
Thank
yourself.
you.
Okay.
We
Thank you very
welcome
much, Mr.
the
President.
guests to the Senate this afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
So, Mr. President, I move to suspend
All right.
session for a few Senate minutes so that we can discuss in caucus these priority measures that these gentlemen and ladies from the executive wish us to approve, Mr. President.
All right. The session is suspended for a few Senate minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Jordi
Mr.
Lita.
President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary will proceed with the reference of business. Mag-alam ko na konti.
Yes, sir.
Ito.
Bills on first reading. Senate Bill 1963, an act clarifying the value-added tax treatment of socialized electricity subsidies and statutory charges under Republic Act Number 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act 2001, amending with the purpose Section 108 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, and for other purposes by Senator Ligarda.
Referred to committees on Ways and Means and Energy.
1964, an act prohibiting education institutions from unreasonably withholding the official school records of students, establishing a mechanism to assist financially capacitated students with outstanding school balances for the purpose of accessing their school records and for other purposes by Senator Hontiveros.
Referred to committees on Basic Education, Higher Education, and Finance.
Resolution number 345, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct inquiry in need of legislation, the increasing use of cigarettes, heated tobacco products, and vapor products among Filipino youth, the proliferation of their sale through online platforms and retail stores, and the need to strengthen regulation, monitoring, and enforcement. Senator Tulfo R.
Referred to the committees on Health and Trade.
Committee report number 45, prepared and submitted by the Committee on Energy on Senate Bill number 1965 with Senator Estrada and Cayetano P. as authors thereof, titled an act amending Section 5 of Republic Act number 9367, otherwise known as the Biofuels Act of 2006. Recommending approval and substitution of number 1485 by Senator Cayetano P.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr.
There
President.
is additional reference of business.
Please proceed, Mr.
I'm
President.
sorry, go ahead. You may proceed.
Additional reference of business. Message of the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Letter of His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. dated 16 March 2026, certifying the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Bill number 1965, titled an act amending Section 5 of Republic Act number 9367, otherwise known as the Biofuels Act of 2006.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
Resolution number 346. Resolution directing the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform to conduct an inquiry in need of legislation into the impact of rising oil prices on the cost of agricultural and fisheries production and the readiness of government agencies to provide timely support to farmers and fisherfolk by Senator Pangilinan.
Referred to Committee on Agriculture.
347, resolution directing the Senate Committee on Tourism to conduct an inquiry in need of legislation on the competitiveness of the Philippine tourism industry with other Southeast Asian countries, including a review of tourism promotion strategies and the utilization of the Department of Tourism budget with the end in view of identifying policy measures to increase international tourism arrivals and strengthen the country's global tourism competitiveness by Senator Tulfo R.
Referred to the Committees on Tourism and Finance. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Attorney.
please. Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
May I move for additional reference of business? Mr.
There is a second additional reference of business. You may proceed, Secretary.
Message from the House of Representatives informing that the Senate that on 16 March 2026 is passed House Bill number 8418 titled An Act Authorizing the President of the Philippines to suspend or reduce excise taxes on petroleum products during national or global economic emergencies, amending for the purpose the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate.
Referred to Committees on Ways and Means and Energy.
Committee report number 46, prepared and submitted jointly with the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Finance on Senate Bill number 1966 with Senators Marcos, Go, Estrada, Tulfo E., and Villanueva as authors, thereof titled An Act Utilizing the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations Program, the Department of Social Welfare and Development, providing penalties for the violation of certain unlawful acts and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending approval in substitution of Senate Bills number 117, 676, 894, and 1445, taking into consideration House Bill number 6636 by Senator Tulfo E.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order Senate Bill number 1966 under Committee Report number 46. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, 1966 is transferred.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 1966 under Committee Report number 46. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 1966 is in order.
May we ask the Secretary, Mr. President, to read the title of the measure?
The Secretary will read the title of the measure.
An Act institutionalizing the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations Program of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, providing penalties for the violation of certain unlawful acts and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor of the measure, no other than our distinguished colleague from Palawan and the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Senator Erwin Tulfo is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, today I rise before you to sponsor a measure that speaks directly to the heart of public service, the responsibility of the government to stand beside our people during their most difficult moments. I humbly seek your support for the passage of Senate Bill number 1966 under Committee Report number 46, an act institutionalizing assistance to individuals in crisis, or AICS program of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, providing penalties for the violation of certain unlawful acts and appropriating funds therefore. This measure seeks to institutionalize the assistance to individuals in crisis situation of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Mr. President, for many Filipinos, AICS has long served as a lifeline. It has helped families facing medical emergencies, students struggling to stay in school, workers displaced by sudden crises, and communities recovering from disasters. But while the program has long been implemented administratively, this measure ensures that it becomes a permanent and protected program under the law, a program that will endure beyond administrations. Mr. President, the AICS Act is guided by clear principle. Ang gobyerno ay dapat laging handang umalalay sa mamayan sa oras ng kagipitan at pangangailangan. When a family faces a medical emergency, when a student is on the brink of dropping out, or when a household loses its breadwinner, government assistance should not be uncertain or temporary. This measure affirms the state's policy to promote a just and dynamic social order and to alleviate the plight of the poor by providing accessible social services and programs that improve the quality of life of every Filipino. And let me emphasize, Mr. President, this is LEDAC priority measure, underscoring its national importance and the urgency of ensuring that crisis support is consistent, predictable, and protected from administrative uncertainties. Through this proposed AICS Act, individuals and families experiencing crisis situations will be able to access different forms of assistance, including financial assistance for urgent needs intended for funeral assistance, transportation, medical, educational, and other cash assistance. Material assistance such as food packs and essential non-food items. Psychosocial support for individuals and families dealing with trauma or emotional distress. And referral services to appropriate agencies for longer-term interventions. Mr. President, this measure recognizes that crisis does not discriminate. A student in crisis, a farmer affected by calamity, a senior citizen needing urgent medical care, a solo parent struggling to support their children, or members of our indigenous communities facing displacement, all deserve timely help. Sa madaling sabi, walang Pilipino ang dapat maiwan kapag sila ay nasa gitna ng matinding pagsubok. This measure also strengthens transparency and accountability. It clearly provides that the distribution of assistance shall be handled by DSWD, ensuring that aid reaches the rightful beneficiaries based on professional social worker assessment. More importantly, the measure explicitly prohibits political involvement in the distribution of assistance. No elected official, political party, or candidate may participate in or influence the distribution of aid. Political signage, branding, or imagery will not be allowed. Mga kasama, malinaw ang mensahe ng batas na ito. Ang tulong ng gobyerno ay hindi dapat nagiging instrumento ng politika. The measure also seeks to establish an integrated program delivery system in coordination with the Department of Information and Communications Technology to modernize service delivery, ensure data privacy under Data Privacy Act of 2012, and prevent duplication or abuse of assistance. To ensure effective oversight, the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee will be constituted, allowing Congress to regularly monitor implementation, identify gaps, and recommend improvements. Mr. President, beyond policy and procedure, this measure is about compassion institutionalized into law. Every Filipino family knows how fragile stability can be. One illness, one accident, one disaster can push a household into crisis. And when that moment comes, our people should not feel alone. Sa oras po ng pangangailangan, dapat maramdaman ng bawat Pilipino na may pamahalaang handang umagapay at tumulong. By institutionalizing AICS, we ensure that assistance is systematic, fair, transparent, and insulated from political interference, so that help reaches those who truly need it at the time they need it most. Mr. President and dear colleagues, this measure is not merely about providing aid. It is about affirming a fundamental promise of governance, na ang pamahalaan ay kakampi ng mamayan lalo na sa panahon ng krisis. For this reason, I humbly urge my colleagues to support the immediate passage of this measure, and in doing so, we give substance to our promise that help will be there when it is needed most, not as a matter of political discretion, but as a matter of right. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues
Yes,
to study
Majority Leader.
to allow our colleagues to study the measure further, move to suspend consideration of the same.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure suspended.
Pwede na tayo mag-second. Ano muna tayo? Kapaya na? Kapaya na? Napaya na pero... Ito ano, I'll FOI muna. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Move for additional reference of business, Mr. President.
The third additional reference of business, Secretary, proceed.
Additional reference of business. Committee report. Committee report number 47, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Basic Education, Ways and Means and Finance on Senate Bill number 1981 with Senators Aquino, Legarda, Gatchalian, Cayetano, AP, Estrada, Villar M, Pangilinan, Villanueva, and Tulfo as authors thereof titled, and establishing the private basic education voucher program and appropriating funds therefore, appealing for the purpose, Republic Act number 6728, otherwise known as the Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education as amended. Recommending its approval and substitutions of Senate Bills number 128, 309, 364, 422, 10373, 1710, 1841, 1848, and 1895, taking into consideration House Bill number 4744 in the previous speech of Senator Win Gatchalian delivered 18 February 2026 entitled Expanded Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education Act by Senator Aquino.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar ordinary business to special order Senate Bill number 1981 under Committee Report number 47.
Hearing no objection, so transferred 1981 to
Thank-
calendar.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 1981.
Hearing no objection, consideration of 1981 is in order. Secretary will read the title of the measure.
An act establishing a private basic education voucher program and appropriating funds therefore, repealing for the purpose sections 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 14, and 15 of Republic Act number 8545, otherwise known as the Expanded Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education, which amended Republic Act number 6728, otherwise known as the Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education Act.
Majority Leader.
May we recognize the sponsor, Mr. President, to deliver his sponsorship speech, no other than our distinguished colleague, Senator Bam Aquino.
Senator Bam Aquino is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Mr. President, mga kasama, magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. The Committee on Basic Education is pleased to present Senate Bill number 1981 under Committee Report number 47, otherwise known as an act establishing the private basic education voucher program and appropriating funds therefore, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 6728, otherwise known as the Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education or GASPE as amended. Nais po nating pasalamatan ng EDCOM 2 at ang ating co-authors sa panukalang ito, Senators Lauren Legarda, Win Gatchalian, Alan Peter Cayetano, Jinggoy Estrada, Mark Villar, Kiko Pangilinan, Joel Villanueva, and Rafi Tulfo. Karangalan po na magkakasama tayo sa laban para sa dekalidad na edukasyon para sa ating bansa. Nais ko din pong bigyang pugay si Senator Win Gatchalian na nagsimula sa diskusyon na ito nung termino po niya bilang chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education. Mr. President, mga kasama, ayon po sa EDCOM 2 report, umaabot sa 165,000 ang kulang na silid-aralan sa ating bansa. Ngunit ang hinala po natin, mas malaki pa ang aktual na kakulangan. Marami tayong mga classroom na overcrowded at sumasailalim sa shifting classes. May mga sira-sira na at ang iba naman deklarado ng condemned o hindi na po ligtas na gamitin. Nung hiling lunggo lang, nabalita po muli ang mga mag-aaral na kailangang lumangoy sa ilog, tumawid sa marupok na tulay at maglakad ng ilang oras makarating lamang sa paaralan. Kulang at siksikan ng ating mga silid-aralan. Ngunit habang tinutugunan po natin ang pagsagawa ng mga bagong classroom na nakita na po natin sa CAP Bill at ngayon po sa ating 2026 GAA, nais rin po natin magbigay ng iba pang mga option. Ang ating reforma po ngayon ay tutugon sa tatlong pangunahing issue: congestion, access, at pangatlo, pagpapatibay ng sistema laban sa korupsyon. Una po, tugunan ng congestion. Layunin po ng panukalang batas na ito na bawasan ng pagsisiksikan sa mga pampublikong paaralan sa pamamagitan ng private education voucher. Ito po'y magbibigay daan sa mga mag-aaral na makapag-enroll sa mga pribadong paaralan. Particular na po ang mga nagmumula sa mga paaralang kinikilala ng DepEd bilang congested or overcrowded. Sa ating panukala, sakop po ng voucher bill ang lahat ng antas ng basic education mula K hanggang 12 at pinagsama-sama na po natin ang lahat ng voucher programs ng gobyerno sa ilalim ng batas na ito. Pangalawa po, palawakin ang access. Nais natin bigyan ng kalayaan ang mga mag-aaral na nahihirapan sa mga pampublikong paaralan na pumili ng paaralang angkop sa kanilang pangangailangan. Mahalaga po ang programang ito dahil direktang natutulungan ang mga pamilya, lalo na yung mga nakatira na malapit sa mga pribadong paaralan at ang mga mag-aaral na nangangailangan ng special education o SPED. Bukod po dito, bibigyan po ng priority ang mga mag-aaral mula sa 4Ps, GAIDA o Geographically Isolated and Disadvantaged Areas, IPs o Indigenous People, at sa mga estudyanteng nagmumula sa mga foster homes or alternative childcare. Kasama rin po dito ang mga mag-aaral na may disabilities at iba pang mga mula sa vulnerable sectors na tutukuyin ng DepEd. Pinapalakas din po natin ang ugnayan ng mga pribadong paaralan sa pamamagitan ng mga subsidy at suporta para sa mga gurong nagtatrabaho po dito. Panghuli po at pangatlo, yung pagpapatibay sa sistema laban sa korupsyon. Kasama po sa ating panukala ang mga probisyon para sa administrative at criminal penalties upang hadlangan ng anumang uri ng pandaraya o fraud. Titiyakin po natin na wala ng ghost student at wala na pong magsasamantala sa sistema. Sa ilalim ng panukalang ito, paparusahan ang anumang paaralang lalabag sa mga probisyon ng batas. Ang paglabag po ay may kaukulang multa o pagkabilanggo dahil ang kailangan po ng mga mag-aaral ay edukasyon at hindi korupsyon. Mr. President, mga kasama, inaasahan ko ang inyong pakikiisa upang maipasa ang panukalang batas na ito. Ito po'y isang mahalagang hakbang tungo sa pagtugon sa krisis sa ating edukasyon. Sa pamamagitan po nito, masisigurado nating mas marami pang kabataang Pilipino ang makakapag-aral sa mga maayos na kapaligiran at makakatanggap ng dekalidad na edukasyon. Iyakin po natin na walang batang maiiwan sa ating minamahal na bayan. Maraming salamat po. And we hope for your continued support for our reforms in the Philippine education system. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, move to recognize and to co-sponsor the measure our distinguished Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator J.V. Harris.
Senator J.V. Harris, ito is recognized.
Mr. President, colleagues, good afternoon. I rise today to co-sponsor the said measure. Isa po sa mga pinakamalagang atas ng ating konstitusyon ay ang pangalagaan at itaguyod ang karapatan ng lahat ng mamamayan sa mahusay na edukasyon sa lahat ng antas. At dapat magsagawa ng angkop na mga hakbang upang matamo ng lahat ng gayong edukasyon. Ang edukasyon ay hindi lamang isang serbisyo ng pamahalaan, kundi isang pangunahing karapatan ng bawat Pilipino at isang haligi ng pambansang kaunlaran. Subalit sa kabila ng patuloy na pagsisikap ng pamahalaan na palawakin ang access sa edukasyon, nananatili pa rin ang malaking hamon sa ating basic education system. At habang po ginagawa ng pamahalaan ang maangkop na hakbangin upang mapunan ang higit 100,000 kakulungan ng mga silid-aralan sa iba't ibang dako ng ating bansa, kailangan din natin masiguro na may sapat na access ang ating mga kababayan sa edukasyon. Hindi lamang sa mga pampublikong paaralan, kundi maging sa mga pribadong institusyon na matagal ng katuwang ng pamahalaan sa paghatid ng kalidad na edukasyon. Sa madaling salita po, habang pinapalakas at pinagtitibay natin ang ating public school infrastructure, dapat din nating kilalanin at palawakin ang mahalagang papel ng private education sector sa pagpapalawak ng education opportunities para sa ating mga kabataan. In recent years, policy watch groups have endorsed an alarming downward trend in education spending, with public spending on education not yet fully recovering to pre-pandemic levels in most ASEAN countries. Ngunit salamat na rin po sa kolektibong aksyon ng mga kampiyon ng edukasyon sa kapulungan na ito, we were finally able to commit a historic 1.224 trillion for the education sector for fiscal year 2026. Which means a global standard set by UNESCO's recommendation of 4% of the GDP for education spending. While this represents a significant commitment to strengthening our education sector, we must also ensure that these investments translate into expanded access and greater educational opportunities for Filipino learners. Kaya po pinupuri ko ang maprobisyon ng panukalang batas na ito na naglalayon pagtibayin ang voucher assistance mechanism ng pamahalaan upang matulungan ang mga kwalipikadong mag-aaral na makapasok at makapagpatuloy ng pag-aaral sa mga pribadong paaralan na nakalahok sa programa. Kinikilala rin natin ng panukalang ang mahalagang papel ng mga guro sa pribadong sektor. Kaya naman naglalaman ito ng mga probisyon para sa capacity building at professional development support para sa private school teachers upang patuloy mapanatili ang kalidad ng edukasyon. Kung tunay nating nais na maabot ang pangarap na inclusive at mataas na kalidad na edukasyon para sa lahat, kailangan nating gamitin ang lahat ng makabuluhang mekanismo upang mapalawak ang access dito. At isa sa mga mekanismo ito ay ang mas matibay na partnership sa pagitan ng pamahalaan at ng private education sector. Sa pamamagitan ng panukalang batas nito, mas lalo nating pinagtitibay ang ating paninindigan ng edukasyon ay hindi lamang responsibilidad ng pamahalaan, kundi isang pambansang adhikain na dapat pag-ambagan at pagtulungan ng buong lipunan. For these reasons, Mr. President, I express my full support for the passage of the Basic Education Voucher Program Act and also respectfully request to be made co-author of the measure. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And also to sponsor the measure, distinguished colleague, the Finance Chair, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to co-sponsor the Basic Education Voucher Program Act. The right to education is one of our most cherished constitutional duties. We stand at a historic moment in our nation's history with an unprecedented budget of 1.3 trillion pesos to the sector, and this is not simply a question of funds. Ang edukasyon ang nagsisilbing susi sa isang magandang kinabukasan para sa ating kabataan at sa ating bayan. Ang makapagtapos ang tanging pangarap ng bawat magulang para sa kanilang mga anak. Dahil para sa karamihan ng ating mga kababayan, ang edukasyon ang aahon sa kanila sa kahirapan. For this reason, we must ensure that the programs we fund are effective, accountable, and responsive to the needs of our learners. This is precisely the objective of the measure before us today. The Basic Education Voucher Program Act seeks to establish clear, transparent, and responsive assistance to decongesting our public classrooms by awarding vouchers to qualified learners so that they can transfer to accredited private basic education institutions. It also introduces critical reforms that are meant to address some of the most persistent challenges in the way our existing voucher programs are being implemented. One challenge is streamlining the program itself. At present, the government implements several voucher and assistance programs, including the Education Service Contracting Program, the Senior High School Voucher Program, the Joint Delivery Voucher Program. While these programs share the same objective, they operate under separate sets of rules and administrative structures. Thus, it can be difficult for parents, students, and even school administrators to navigate. Section 21 of this measure introduces a significant reform. It effectively creates a single basic education voucher program by repealing the existing Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education Act. This creates a clean slate that simplifies the process. By consolidating programs, we produce a more coherent system that is easier to administer and enables us to better focus on achieving decongestion and equity. Equally important, Mr. President, the bill also rectifies the problem of leakage, where learners from the most vulnerable sectors of society are not always prioritized. Section 5 of this measure explicitly states that students who are disadvantaged and come from low-income households may receive a higher voucher amount as determined by DepEd. Furthermore, it prioritizes learners from disadvantaged backgrounds, such as learners with disabilities, learners from indigenous communities, foster care children, 4Ps beneficiaries, and learners from geographically isolated and displaced areas or GAIDA. Bukod pa dito, Ginoong Pangulo, nilalabanan din ng panukalang ito ang suliranin ng ghost students at misrepresentasyon. Mahigpit na ipinagbabawal ng panukalang ito ang anumang anyo ng palilinlang tungkol sa Basic Education Voucher Program. Kasama dito ang pagre-report ng fictitious students o pagbigay ng voucher assistance sa sinumang mag-aaral na hindi enrolled o hindi pumapasok sa klase. Mr. President, these reforms are long overdue, and I believe that this measure is a significant step towards ensuring that one of the nation's most important assistance program truly achieves its objectives. Gaya ng lagi kong binibigyan diin, hindi natin pwedeng pabayaan ang mga polisiya at programa ng bayan tungkol sa edukasyon. Dahil habang buhay, nadadalhin ng ating mga mag-aaral at mga pamilyang Pilipino ang epekto ng mga panukalang ito. For millions of Filipino learners, the window to a good education opens only briefly. Let us make sure that this opens a horizon to a brighter future. Before I end, I would like to thank the distinguished sponsor of this bill, Senator Bam Aquino, for his tireless work and commitment towards uplifting the quality of education in the country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we have two more members who wish to co-sponsor the measure. May we recognize Senator Robin Hood Padilla, and after which Senator Lauren Legardo.
Senator Robin Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayorya. Mga ginagalang kong kapwa senador, partikular na po ang champion ng edukasyon, Senator Bam Aquino, at ang kanya pong mga kasama, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Cayetano, Senator Jingo Estrada, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Villanueva, at Senator Tulfo. Ako po ay tumitindig upang i-co-sponsor at i-co-author ang panukalang batas na nagtatatag ng Basic Education Voucher Program Act na isa ring mahalagang reforma upang mas mapalawak ang oportunidad ng bawat batang Pilipino na makamit ang dekalidad na edukasyon. Sa talumpati ng ating kaibigang Senator Bam Aquino, nabanggit po ang ating mga katutubong bata. Ito po ay anghel sa aking tenga. Sa pamamagitan ng Senate Bill number 1981, mas pinalalakas natin ang kasalukuyang voucher program sa ilalim ng RA 6728 o ang Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education Act of 1989 upang maging mas inclusive at mas nakatuon sa mga mag-aaral na tunay na nangangailangan. Kasabay nito, binibigyan pansin din ng programa ang pangangailangan ng ating mga guro sa pribadong paaralan na mabigyan ng mga oportunidad para sa professional development at scholarships. Higit sa lahat, pinatitibay ng panukalang ito ang mahigpit na monitoring, evaluation, at accountability mechanisms upang matiyak na ang pondong inalaan para sa edukasyon ay tunay na napupunta sa mga estudyante at nagagamit sa paraang makapagpapabuti sa kalidad ng kanilang pag-aaral. Para sa mas pinalakas na antas ng edukasyon at sa mas maliwanag na kinabukasan para sa mag-aaral na Pilipino. Buong puso kong pinapahayag ang aking suporta sa Senate Bill number 1981. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Okay lang. Mr. President, may we recognize a distinguished colleague, Senator Lauren Legardo, to also co-sponsor the measure.
Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to co-sponsor the Basic Voucher Education Act under Committee Report 47, which seeks to establish the Basic Education Voucher Program and strengthen government assistance to students and teachers in private basic education institutions. Across the country, many public schools continue to struggle with overcrowded classrooms, limited facilities, and steadily increasing enrollment. In numerous communities, particularly in urban and rapidly growing areas, students are compelled to learn in congested conditions that strain teachers, classrooms, and learning resources. At the same time, many private schools possess available capacity but remain inaccessible to families who cannot afford tuition and other school fees. This gap between available learning spaces and financial access remains a persistent challenge in our education system. The Basic Education Voucher Program Act responds to this challenge by providing targeted government vouchers that enable qualified students, especially those from low-income households and disadvantaged communities, to enroll in recognized private schools. By expanding educational choice and making use of available school capacity, the measure helps ease congestion in public schools while ensuring that more Filipino learners can study in safe and conducive learning environments. I commend the sponsor of this measure, Senator Bam Aquino, for advancing a reform that recognizes the complementary roles of public and private educational institutions in delivering quality education for every Filipino learner. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
For the record, Mr. President, Senator Villanueva would like to insert his co-sponsorship speech for this measure for the record.
All right, so inserted.
And we have one.
There is a fourth additional reference of it.
Yes, before we do that, Mr. President, we have one member who wishes to deliver his privileged speech, his co-sponsorship speech. He is on his way right now. He's right behind me. There he is. May we recognize, Mr. President, Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
All right, Senator Jingo Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, presented before us today is another meaningful piece of legislation that will be instrumental in harnessing the highest potential of our teachers and learners by providing them the support they need. With the permission of the good chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education, Senator Bam Aquino, this representation wishes to be included as one of the co-sponsors of Senate Bill number 1991 under Committee Report number 47, or the Basic Education Voucher Program Act. This bill recognizes the role of the private sector in delivering quality and accessible education to our children and youth. While public schools are supported by the government in the form of free tuition fee, private schools are given assistance through voucher program. The immediate and most visible impact of this measure will be in the financial aspect of the students' education. Saludo tayo sa mga mag-aaral na hindi bumibitaw sa kanilang mga pangarap. Lagi natin narinig ang pangliliit o panlalait ng mga high school graduates sa ating bansa sa mga katagang high school lang ang natapos ko. Ngunit ang katotohanan, para sa karamihan ay hindi madali at hindi biro makatapos ng high school sa ating bansa. Marami sa kanila ang mula sa mahirap na pamilya at ang ilan pa sa kanila ay nagtatrabaho sa kanilang murang edad. Bukod sa oras na inilalaan nila sa pag-aaral, kailangan nila kumayod para kumita ng pambili ng pagkain. Kaya para sa kanila, ang pagtatapos ng high school ay dapat na hangaan at parangalan. While we commonly see students who come from low-income or disadvantaged families in public schools, it does not mean that all students in private schools are better off. Many of them are struggling to make both ends meet, but are surviving to stay in school, hoping for a brighter future. At present, the government provides them financial assistance pursuant to Republic Act number 6728, or the Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education Act, which was enacted into law in 1989. It was amended by Republic Act number 8545, or the Expanded GASTPE Act in 1998. However, these laws are no longer attuned to the current times. Hence, the proposed Basic Education Voucher Program Act amends the current laws and provides for more responsive qualifications and guidelines to implement the program. The proposed measure will also benefit the teachers in the private sector. Recognizing their essential role in delivering quality education, the bill provides them with the much-needed and much-deserved salary subsidy, trainings, and scholarships. An equally important expected consequence of the bill is the decongestion of students from the public schools. Accessibility of education in private schools will invite even indigent students to enroll there. In authoring Senate Bill number 1073, which was considered in this committee report, this representation intends to empower our students. I enjoin our colleagues to support the Basic Education Voucher Program Act as another relevant step to address our challenges in our education system. In the same light, I'm hoping that the committee will soon deliberate on the proposal to abolish senior high school to make secondary education more accessible and affordable. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
There being no other members who wish to sponsor the measure, I move that we suspend consideration to allow our colleagues to study the measure further, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we... not suspend, no, sponsorship. Biofuels, tsaka excise tax. Where's the biofuels number?
We have a fourth additional reference of business.
Yes,
Are you?
I move for the additional reference of business, Mr.
Yes, the Secretary will proceed with the fourth additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business. Committee report number 48, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Ways and Means and Energy on Senate Bill number 1982 with Senators Ejercito, Marcos, Aquino, Lapid, Villanueva, Cayetano P., Cayetano AP, Tulfo E., Escudero, Pangilinan, and Legarda as authors thereof titled, an act allowing the automatic suspension or reduction of excise tax on petroleum products, amending for the purpose Article 148 of National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. Recommending its approval in institution Senate Bill number 5, 120, 265, 1522, 1922, 1923, 1927, 1935, 1938, 1940, and 1942, taking into consideration excise number 332 in House Bill number 8418 by Senator Cayetano P.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order, Senate Bill number 1965 under committee report number 45. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration, the 1965 is transferred.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we consider Senate Bill number 1965.
Consideration of 1965 is in order.
We ask the Secretary to read the title.
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
An act amending Section 5 of Public Act number 9367, otherwise known as the Biofuels Act of 2006.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, our distinguished colleague, Senator Pia S. Cayetano.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to sponsor Senate Bill number 1965 under Committee Report number 45, or an act amending Section 5 of Republic Act number 9367, otherwise known as the Biofuels Act of 2006. This bill takes into consideration Senate Bill number 1485 filed by Senator Jinggoy Estrada. This proposed measure has been certified as urgent by the Executive Department. Recent developments in West Asia or the Middle East serve as a stark reminder of the Philippines' vulnerability to disruption in the global oil supply chain. When tensions rise in key oil-producing regions, the impact is quickly felt here at home in the form of higher fuel prices. When fuel prices increase, the effects ripple across the entire economy. Transportation costs rise, the movements of goods become more expensive, and ultimately it is the Filipino families who feel the greatest burden through higher prices of food and other basic commodities. Under the current law, petroleum products sold in the domestic market are required to contain a minimum percentage of biofuels. Currently, it is at 3% for biodiesel and 10% for bioethanol. This mandatory use of locally sourced biofuels were designed to reduce our dependence on imported oil, promote cleaner energy, and support local agricultural industries. However, circumstances today compel us to revisit how these mandates operate during periods of extraordinary volatility in global fuel markets. While the use of local biofuels provide environmental and agricultural benefit, it is not always the cheaper alternative. When global oil prices spike or supply chains tighten, the mandatory use of locally sourced biofuel can unintentionally contribute to higher pump prices, placing additional pressure on Filipino consumers. The proposed amendment therefore introduces practical safeguards. It allows the President, under the recommendation of the National Biofuel Board and the Department of Energy, to temporarily suspend the mandatory use of locally sourced biofuels when the implementation of the requirement results in a significant increase in fuel prices. Such suspension may only be triggered when the price of blended gasoline and/or diesel becomes at least 5% higher than the pure gasoline or diesel fuel as a result of the mandatory use of locally sourced biofuels. This shall not exceed 1 year. Importantly, the amendment does not remove the blending requirement. Biofuels must still be blended with conventional fuels as required under the law. What the measure provides is flexibility in the source of these biofuels, allowing supply to be supplemented through importation in extraordinary circumstances. So what is the effect of suspending this mandate? The desired result is to temper the oil price increase. But we must acknowledge that suspending the mandate could greatly affect our agricultural sector, especially the farmers and the producers who depend on biofuel feedstock as a stable market for their crops. Any change in policy must therefore consider the impact on the livelihood of these farmers, as well as on the substantial investments already made in the country. The policy of prioritizing locally sourced biofuels play an important role in advancing renewable energy while supporting the livelihood of Filipino farmers, particularly those in the coconut and sugar industries that supply biodiesel and bioethanol feedstocks. For many rural communities, the biofuels program is not only an energy policy, but also an important source of economic opportunity. Thus, the challenge before us is to strike the right balance, protecting consumers from excessive fuel prices while sustaining our commitment to renewable energy and likewise considering the concerns of our farmers and the business community in agriculture. Tariff and taxes collected from imported biofuel components during the effectivity of these are the social assistance that we have provided, Mr. President. Tariff and taxes collected from imported biofuel components during the effectivity of the executive order will be earmarked to protect and support our local farmers and workers in the domestic biofuel industry. The funds will be used to finance social amelioration programs for those who may be affected by the increased importation of biofuel components. The Department of Social Welfare and Development will coordinate with the Department of Agriculture and other relevant government agencies to ensure that assistance reaches the intended beneficiaries. In relation to futures thinking, through a futures thinking approach to energy security, we must carefully align the demands of today with the responsibilities of tomorrow. While we address the immediate pressures of rising fuel prices and global supply disruptions, we must also ensure that our policies are forward-looking, strengthening our resilience to external shocks and reducing our long-term dependence on imported energy. In closing, we must create policies that not only provide relief in the present, but also lay the groundwork for a more stable, diversified, and independent energy system for the Philippines in the years to come. By considering the temporary suspension of the mandatory use of locally sourced biofuels under clearly defined conditions, this measure seeks to ensure that our energy policies remain balanced, supporting both energy security and economic stability. As this is a complex measure, this representation remains open to further discussion, clarification, and amendments from our colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yes, we'd just like to, for the record, insert to the records the sponsorship speech of Senator Jingo Estrada, Mr. President. So,
Yeah, sorry? Inserted into the records?
yeah, the
All right, so
co-sponsorship
inserted.
speech of Senator Estrada. Thank you, Mr. President. All our colleagues to study the measure further move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order Senate Bill number 1982 under Committee Report number 48. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Mr. President, move to consider Senate Bill number 1982 under Committee Report number 48.
Consideration is in order. Secretary will read the title of the measure.
An act allowing the automatic suspension and reduction of excise tax on petroleum products, amending for the purpose Article 148 of National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, our distinguished colleague, Senator Pia S. Cayetano.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr. President, I rise to sponsor Senate Bill number 1982 under Committee Report number 48, or the amendment to Section 148 of the National Internal Revenue Code as amended, allowing the President to suspend or reduce excise tax on petroleum products. This bill takes into consideration Senate Bill numbers 5, 120, 265, 1522, 1922, 1923, 1927, 1935, 1938, 1940, and 1942 filed by Senators Ejercito, Marcos, Lapid, Villanueva, Aquino, Cayetano, A. Cayetano P. Tulfo E. Escudero, Pangilinan, Legarda, and Senate Resolution number 332 and House Bill number 8418. The Philippines sources about 98% of its petroleum supply from West Asia or the Middle East. This dependence leaves our economy vulnerable to geopolitical tensions and global oil shocks. Every time tensions rise in West Asia, global oil prices surge, and our people feel its effects immediately. Global gasoline prices continuously rose from US $79.63 on February 27, 2026 to US $90.32 per barrel on March 2, 2026. Consequently, domestic fuel retailers implemented substantial price increases that are now weighing heavily on Filipino households and businesses. Just today, Energy Secretary Sharon Gurin said diesel prices could range from 95 pesos to 114 per liter starting tomorrow, Tuesday, based on DOE estimates. Higher fuel costs ripple through the economy, driving up the price of food, goods, and services, and leaving families to shoulder the burden of inflation. LTFRB has announced the implementation of a provisional fare increase for provincial buses beginning last Saturday, March 14, with adjustments ranging from 30 centavos to 45 centavos per kilometer depending on the bus classification. The effects are not limited to transportation. According to the ERC, simulations conducted by the Independent Electric Market Operator of the Philippines indicate that if the current trend in fuel prices continue, electricity rates could increase by as much as 2 to 4 pesos per kilowatt. When inflation set in, the poorest households suffer the most. With most of their income spent on food and transportation, they have no room to absorb rising costs. Imagine this. A traditional jeepney consumes about 30 liters of diesel a day. When the price jumps by 20 pesos per liter, that's an extra 615 pesos they need to shell out just to keep their jeepneys running. Every peso added to the price of fuel means less food on the table, less money for school, and more hardship for families already struggling to get by. Under the current law, petroleum products such as liquefied petroleum gas, diesel, gasoline, and kerosene are subject to excise tax at fixed rates of 3 pesos, 6 pesos, and 10 pesos respectively. This tax is imposed per liter, regardless of global price movements. Fuel excise taxes are considered a stable source of revenue because they provide the government with a steady and predictable flow of income that can help fund public services, infrastructure, and government programs. But in extraordinary times when global oil prices surge and inflation weighs heavily on households, this fixed levy magnifies the burden at the pump. At present, there is no law which expressly grants the President an authority to suspend the imposition of excise taxes on petroleum products in times of severe price shocks to ease this burden. Salient points. The proposed amendment therefore establishes a mechanism allowing the President, upon the recommendation of the DBCC, in coordination with the Secretary of Energy, to temporarily suspend or reduce the imposition of excise taxes on petroleum products when the average Dubai crude oil price based on means of Platts Singapore MOPS has reached or exceeded US $80 per barrel for 1 month preceding the issuance of the suspension or reduction. Excise tax shall revert to the rate provided under the NIRC when 1 week after the 1 month average of Dubai crude oil falls below US $80 as duly certified by the DOE, or after 3 months, whichever comes first. This shall not exceed 1 calendar year, and the power can only be exercised until December 31, 2028. Our challenges. This measure could result in a revenue loss of around 136 billion from suspension of excise tax on petroleum products. This translates to funds that could otherwise sustain critical social and health services. For example, to give context to this loss in revenues, PhilHealth under the General Appropriations Act budget is 129.78 billion. PGH is at 29.47 billion pesos. DSWD AIX program is at 63.9 billion pesos. DepEd construction and rehabilitation of classrooms is at 85 billion pesos. And the universal access to quality education is at 37.5 billion pesos. On the other hand, the proposal to suspend VAT on petroleum product also requires further study, as it may disrupt the current structure of our tax system. But these are also measures filed by our colleagues and which this committee can hear. Removing the VAT on excise tax could create significant administrative and compliance challenges in tax computation and reporting, potentially complicating implementation for both government and taxpayers. Thus, the challenge before us is to strike a careful balance, providing immediate relief to consumers facing volatile fuel prices while safeguarding the country's fiscal health and long-term economic stability. In closing, we must design safeguards that do not only provide immediate relief to consumers, but also preserve stability in our domestic fuel market. By embedding this mechanism into our tax system, the government is empowered to act swiftly in times of price volatility, delivering timely protection to households without the delays of prior legislative action. With this, I respectfully seek the support of this distinguished chamber for the passage of this measure. As this is a complex measure, this representation remains open to further discussion, clarification, and amendments from our colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you. Next to co-sponsor the measure is Senator Joel Villanueva.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to our distinguished Majority Leader. Mr. President, this representation rises to express its full support and to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 1982 under Committee Report number 48, which allows the automatic temporary suspension or reduction of excise taxes on petroleum products during periods of extraordinary increases in global oil prices. At the outset, please allow me to extend our sincere appreciation to the distinguished sponsor and chairperson of the Committees on Ways and Means and Energy, Senator Pia Cayetano, for steering this timely and important measure. This representation attended the committee hearings, Mr. President, and we'd like to again commend our good sponsor. This representation likewise recognizes and expresses our gratitude to the President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. for certifying this measure as urgent, underscoring the need for government to respond swiftly to the continuing volatility in global oil markets and the impact of rising fuel prices on the Filipino people. Mr. President, as a net oil importing country, the Philippines remains highly vulnerable to fluctuations in global oil prices. When crude oil prices surge in the international market, the effects are immediately felt across our economy, affecting transportation, electricity, logistics, and ultimately the prices of basic goods. Kapag mahal po ang langis, mahal ang pamumuhay, at ang pinakaapektado ay ang ordinaryong Pilipino. Ang unang tinatamaan po nito ay ang mga driver na bumabiyahe araw-araw para kumita, ang mga magsasaka at mangingisda na umaasa sa krudo para sa kanilang kabuhayan, ang mga karaniwang manggagawa at ang kanilang mga pamilya na patuloy na nagbabudget upang mairaos ang pang-araw-araw na gastusin. This measure introduces a rules-based, temporary, and I think it's very important to note, targeted mechanisms that allows government to act during extraordinary oil price spikes while preserving fiscal discipline. Hindi po ito permanenteng pagtanggal ng buwis, Ginoong Pangulo. Ang layunin po ng panukalang ito ay napakasimple, magbigay ng agarang ginhawa sa ating mga kababayan sa panahon ng krisis. Ito po ay isang maingat at responsabling hakbang upang mabigyan ng kaunting ginhawa ang ating mga kababayan kapag tumataas po ng husto ang presyo ng langis sa pandaigdigang merkado. Nakakatuwa kanina, Ginoong Pangulo, ang ating pagpupulong sa ating all-member caucus dito sa Senate Lounge sapagkat naipadama po ng bawat isa sa atin yung concern na dapat maramdaman ng taong bayan ang panukalang batas na ito. Bagamat tayo po ay sumusuporta din para bawasan o tignan mabuti yung pong VAT, Mr. President, mas mahalaga po sa ngayon yung pong may importanteng may magawa po ang Senado para maramdaman ng taong bayan ang pagtulong natin sa mga nangyayari sa ating paligid. Ginoong Pangulo, under this proposal, the President may suspend or reduce excise taxes on petroleum products once global oil prices reach a defined threshold, subject to recommendations of the Development Budget Coordination Committee and in coordination with the Department of Energy. Importantly, this suspension is temporary and conditional, ensuring that once global oil prices stabilize, the excise tax automatically reverts to its original rates. In other words, Mr. President, this measure strikes a careful balance. It protects Filipino consumers during periods of extreme price volatility while ensuring that government maintains fiscal responsibility. Mr. President, kapag may krisis sa pandaigdigang merkado, dapat may malinaw po na mekanismo ang pamahalaan upang protektahan ang ating mga mamamayan. This measure provides that mechanism. It sends a clear message that the government is prepared to act when extraordinary circumstances threaten the economic well-being of our people. For these reasons, this representation expresses our full support for the swift passage of this measure. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and may God bless us all.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Senator Bam Aquino would like to also be recognized.
Senator Bam Aquino is recognized.
Mr. President, maraming salamat. Mr. President, I don't have a prepared speech for today, but I rise to show my support for this measure. Mr. President, ang panukalang ito ay mahalaga na maipasa, mahalaga po na maibigay natin ang kapangyarihan sa Pangulo na ibaba ang excise tax sa gasolina at sa diesel dahil alam ho natin, Mr. President, na ito ngayon ang hinahanap ng taong bayan na makatulong tayo sa pagpapababa ng presyo ng bilihin. Alam niyo, Mr. President, yung provision na $80 per barrel, nandyan po yan sa unang train law. Nandito pa po ako noon sa una nating termino. And Mr. President, nilagay natin yon dahil alam ho natin na kapag tumataas ang presyo ng diesel sa mundo, sunod-sunod po yung pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin. Isa po itong fail-safe measure nung una pong train law. Ngayon po, nakalagay na naman po ito sa panukala, $80 per barrel nakalagay. Pero alam niyo po, Mr. President, kung magkano na ang presyo ng crudo, nasa $105 na po. Kumbaga po, Mr. President, kahit certified urgent po ito at lahat po tayo nagmamadali na maipasa ito, sa totoo lang po, we're $25 beyond this threshold already. Nasa $105 na po, $105 per barrel na po tayo. So Mr. President, tama lang na certified urgent ito. Sana po hindi lang po sa bagay na ito tayo nagmamadali o talagang nagko-concentrate sana po Mr. President sa lahat ng aspeto sa parating na krisis o sa krisis po nararamdaman po natin, sana po handa ang gobyerno sa pagtugon sa pangangailangan ng tao. Alam niyo Mr. President, sa lahat ng survey, pag tinanong po sa Pilipino, ano yung number one issue, ano po yung sasabihin? Kataasan ng presyo ng bilihin. And yun po Mr. President, that's even before this crisis happened. Number one na po sa Pilipino ang kataasan ng presyo ng bilihin. Pero dahil po sa krisis ngayon, makikita po natin ang pagtaas, hindi lang po ng diesel at gasolina, kung hindi ang presyo ng bilihin, sunod-sunod po yan, Mr. President. Ang pagtaas po ay fast and furious. Nung isang araw lang po, nung nakaraang linggo, magkano Senator Joel? 60? 55, 60? Ngayon po nasa 80, pataas ng pataas. Who knows, Mr. President, kung nasaan tayo next week. So Mr. President, ito pong panukalang ito, mahalaga na mapasa kaagad. Tama lang po na certified urgent, but I impress upon all of our colleagues, Mr. President, especially our colleagues in the executive, sana po hindi lang yung panukalang ito, pero lahat ng mga pwedeng gawing tulong sa mga kababayan po natin. Alam ko naman po, meron ng subsidiya sa mga PUV drivers. Yung subsidiya po, sana sa mga estudyante, magkaroon din po dahil sunod-sunod po ito. And Mr. President, ngayon po ang problema natin yung pagtaas ng presyo ng diesel at gasolina. Who knows, Mr. President, sa Abril, sa Mayo, baka kakulangan na po ng supply ang ating hinaharap. So I hope, Mr. President, we can come together, we can work together. Masigurado po natin, Mr. President, itong panukalang ito at iba pang mga kinakailangan ng ating mga kababayan na tulong, maibigay po natin, mai-ready na po natin para habang padating po yung krisis, habang lumalala po itong krisis, alam po ng taong bayan na ang gobyerno nakatutok, binibigyan pansin ng kanilang pangangailangan at lahat ng kanilang kailangan sa panahon ng krisis, handa po ang gobyerno na tugunan ng mga problemang ito. So again, Mr. President, I thank and laud Senator Cayetano, the Chairperson of Energy, and I hope, Mr. President, we can pass this at the soonest possible time. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we recognize Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Senator Erwin Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to support or to express my support and to manifest my co-sponsorship of Senate Bill number 1982 or 1982 under Committee Report number 48, providing for the automatic suspension of the excise tax on petroleum products during extraordinary increases in global oil prices. Alam naman po natin na kapag tumaas ang presyo ng langis, agad namang nararamdaman ng ating mga kababayan ito. Hindi lamang po ito problema ng mga sasakyan. Kapag tumaas ang presyo ng diesel at gasolina, tumataas din po ang pamasahe, tumataas ang gastos sa transportasyon ng mga pagkain at bandang huli, tumataas ang presyo ng mga bilihin sa merkado. Sa madaling salita, Ginoong Pangulo, kapag mahal po ang petrolyo, nagmamahal din ang pamumuhay. This concern even more urgent today as tensions and armed conflict continue to escalate in the Middle East, threatening to disrupt global oil supply and push prices even higher. Sa ilalim po ng train law, may excise tax po na ipinapataw sa bawat litro ng fuel. Halimbawa, 10 piso sa bawat litro ng gasolina, 6 na piso sa diesel. Mahalaga po ang buwis na ito dahil nakakatulong ito sa pagpupondo ng mga programa ng pamahalaan. Ngunit, Ginoong Pangulo, sa panahon ng pandaigdigang krisis sa presyo ng langis, nararapat lamang siguro na mayroon tayong mekanismo upang ika nga pansamantalang ibsan ang bigat na dinadala ng ating mga kababayan. This was precisely the intent of bill that I filed, Senate Bill number 1935, which proposed the suspension of both the excise tax and the VAT on fuel when the average Dubai crude oil price exceed US $80 per barrel. However, during the hearing of Committee on Ways and Means, our economic managers explained that removing VAT from fuel could create complications in the input-output tax system, which may lead to distortion that could unintentionally raise prices in certain sectors. Bukod pa riyan, ang humigit kumulang na 136 na bilyong piso na kita ng gobyerno. Kaya matapos po ang masusing talakayan na pagkasunduan na Ang mga mas balansing solusyon ay ang pansamantalang suspensyon ng excise tax lamang sa panahon ng emergency. Excise tax is a targeted tax to specific goods, and suspending it provides immediate relief while maintaining stability in a broader tax system. The committee report also provides a mechanism for the taxes to revert once global prices stabilize. Ibig pong sabihin, pag normal na po ang presyo ng petrolyo sa pandaigdigang kalakalan, maaari na pong ibalik ito yung excise tax ng ehekutibo. Ito po ang balansing hinahanap natin, proteksyon sa mamayan at responsableng pamamahala sa pondo ng bayan. For this reason, Mr. President, I fully support committee report before us. Sa ngalan po ng ating mga kababayan na nahihirapan sa pagtaas ng bilihin at sa pahintulot ng ating magiting na sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, I manifest my co-sponsorship of the measure. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Francis Pangilinan is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, mga kasama sa ating kapulungan. Tumatayo tayo upang i-co-sponsor ang Senate Bill number 1982 under Committee Report number 48 na naglalayong pansamantalang ipagpaliban ang excise tax sa mga produktong petrolyo upang agad na maibsan ang bigat na dinadala ng ating mga kababayan dulot ng patuloy na pagtaas ng presyo ng langis. Sinusuportahan natin ang pagsuspindi ng fuel excise tax dahil tinatamaan ang ating maliliit na magsasaka at mangingisda at siyempre ang lahat ng ating mga kababayan. Ang magsasaka, mangingisda, ang mga taong dahilan kung bakit meron tayong pinagsasaluhan sa hapagkainan. But let us be clear, the suspension of fuel excise taxes must be targeted, rule-based, and time-bound. It must function as an emergency lifeline, not a blanket giveaway. Kagyat ang pangangailangan. Sinabi ng mga grupo ng mangingisda na hanggang 80% ng gastos nila sa production, cost of production, ay krudo. Ngayon, mahigit 80 pesos na ang litro ng diesel. Ibig sabihin, dagdag 640 pesos kada biyahe sa krudo pa lang. Hindi na nila kayang saluhin pa ang taas na gastos. Kaya sandali na lang sila pumapalaot, sa malapit na lang nangingisda, every other day na lang lalabas o luluwas o kaya'y tuluyan ng tumigil. Pag mas konti ang bangkang pumapalaot, mas kaunti rin ang supply ng isda, mas mataas ang presyo. Bawat pamilyang Pilipino apektado. A 6 peso to 10 peso reduction per liter could lower fishing operating costs at malaking bagay. Halos pareho ang kwento sa mga sakahan. The suspension of excise taxes under the train law may reduce pump prices by approximately 6 pesos per liter for diesel and 10 pesos per liter sa gasolina. Para sa marami nating magsasaka, pagbaba ito sa kanilang production cost per hectare. Malaking bagay para sa mga magsasakang halos break-even na lamang. Let us also remember the scale of fuel dependence in food production. In 2019, agriculture and fisheries consumed about 471,000 tons of oil equivalent in energy. Nearly half of that, 227,000 tons of oil equivalent in energy, is petroleum. And 96% of that is diesel. Kung walang langis, hindi gagalaw ang ating sistema ng pagkain. Hindi pa kasama dyan ang pagtaas ng presyo ng produktong petrolyo o petrolyo-based products tulad ng pataba, tulad ng pestisido. Kung walang, sabi nga ng mga ekonomista, mayayaman lang ang makikinabang sa malawakang blanket fuel tax suspension. Tinataya ng Department of Finance na ang top 10% ng mga household ang gumagamit ng halos kalahati ng lahat ng produktong petrolyo. Kaya ipinilit ng ilang energy experts na ang fuel excise tax suspension ay targeted, may malinaw na patakaran, rules-bound at may takdang panahon. Mayroong mga malinaw na basehan, consumer price index at inflation, fiscal deficit and revenue targets ng pamahalaan, stability ng peso-dollar exchange rate at updated na kalagayan ng krisis sa langis at sa gitnang silangan. Mayroong transparency, regular ang reporting sa Kongreso, ergo sa taong bayan, ng mga kaganapan at pagtugon sa mga pabago-bagong pangyayari. Kinakailangan din i-break down ng mga oil companies ang actual cost of importation, logistics, at paano papababain o bumababa o saan kukunin yung bawas or paano i-compute rather ang bawas sa excise tax. Dapat alam ng mga kababayan natin yan. Alam nating hindi sapat ang pagsuspindi ng buwis. Kailangan pang palawigin ang fuel vouchers at cash subsidies sa ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda. Hindi sapat yung para lang sa wala pang 25,000 na katao. Kailangan mas maging mapagbantay ang regulators para sa masigurong ang pagbaba ng presyo ng krudo ay nagdudulot ng pagbaba ng presyo ng pagbiyahe at pati na rin ng pagkain. Sa madaling salita, tatlo ang agad-agad na dapat magawa ng ating mga panukala. Pag-aanin ang pasanin ng mga mahihirap nating magsasaka at mangingisda, patatagin ang supply at presyo ng pagkain at bigyan ng sapat na paghinga at tamang insentibo ang ating mga sistema para may tatag ang isang pambansang ekonomiyang may mas sustainable at efficient. Hindi waldas, hindi maaksaya, hindi sinisira ang kalikasan. Ang panukalang ito ay isinusulong ng isang sandigan bilang mapanatiling gumagalaw ang ating sistema ng pagkain habang hinaharap natin ang krisis sa presyo ng langis. Sa huli, ang ating pasya ngayon ay hindi lamang tungkol sa pansamantalang pagsuspindi ng fuel excise tax. Ito ay tungkol sa pagprotekta sa mga nagpapakain sa ating bayan at sa kinabukasan ng bawat hapagkainan ng ating mga kababayan. Maraming salamat at magandang hapon sa kanilang lahat.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is this representation. I move that I be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, you may proceed.
Good evening, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues. I rise today to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 1982 under Committee Report number 48 or the amendment. Oh, sorry, Mr. President, I got that wrong. I rise today to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 1982 under Committee Report number 48 or the amendments to Section 148 of the National Internal Revenue Code as amended, allowing the President to suspend or reduce excise tax on petroleum products. Mr. President, the objective of this measure is simple: to bring relief to our fellow citizens, especially the Filipino minimum wage earners and middle class, who will bear the effects of conflicting interests and power showdown in the Middle East. Nais natin na ang kababayan natin ay may masasandala na gobyerno na handa sa mga panahong ito. Sa ginta ng gerang ito na makapangyarihang bansa, ang mga ordinaryong Pilipino ang dehado. As the conflict in the Middle East intensifies, we face an uncomfortable truth of not knowing the full extent of this war's reach. However, it remains the supreme duty of this government to cushion the blow of its citizens. Mr. President, the intent of the measure is to establish a clear automatic trigger for the suspension of excise taxes on petroleum products. Specifically, this bill mandates a suspension the moment the average Dubai crude oil price reaches or exceeds $80 per barrel. This is also the very reason in filing Senate Bill number 5 when I filed this measure. It was in view of the extreme volatility of fuel prices in the past years, with pump prices peaking at over 70 pesos per liter in early 2024, ganito na naman po ang nararanasan natin ngayon sa gitna ng lumalalang tensyon sa Middle East. Bukas may nakaambang pagtaas na naman ang petroleum products. Kapag nagtagal pa, hindi po malayo na maparalisa na ang ating ekonomiya. I support this measure to institutionalize our solution to this kind of crisis. The government's reactive approach becomes to the direct expense of the ordinary Filipino people. It's time to plan ahead. Lagyan po natin ng permanenteng mekanismo ang batas para sa mga ganitong pagkakataon. We must provide a safety net that deploys automatically without the need for lengthy debates while the people suffer and wait for solutions. Mr. President, I am fully aware of the concerns regarding fiscal space. However, I believe that the revenues foregone by suspending excise taxes in these extraordinary times is incomparable to the extraordinary relief that we can provide for our people. Para po sa akin, mas mabuti po na nararamdaman ng ating mga kababayan ang direktang serbisyo at tulong ng gobyerno. Let us put our constituents first. Mr. President, I move for the swift passage of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I believe Senator Lauren Legarda would also like to deliver a co-sponsorship speech.
Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 1982, which expressly grants the President to suspend the imposition of fuel excise taxes in times of extraordinary circumstances. We are now experiencing an extraordinary circumstance. There is a rapid and continuous increase in fuel prices brought about by the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. As we have seen time and again, this situation triggers a domino effect. Kapag tumaas ang presyo ng petrolyo, bubulusok din pataas ang presyo ng mga pangunahing bilihin at serbisyo. Sa huli, agrabyado ang mga end consumer, lalo na ang mga mahihirap. Mr. President, this representation also filed a similar measure, Senate Bill number 1942, or the Fuel Price Relief Act, which was taken into consideration by the committee. Like the present bill, it authorizes the President to significantly reduce or suspend excise taxes on fuel, but this bill includes VAT as well. Through this proposed measure, there will be a swift and timely intervention to prevent an economic crisis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we recognize the distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, to co-sponsor the measure.
Senator Robin Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Ako po ay buong puso na sumusuporta at nais ko pong maging co-sponsor ng SBN 1982 under Committee Report 48, an act allowing the automatic suspension of reduction of excise tax on petroleum products. Ginoong Pangulo, nais ko lamang pong ibahagi na itong nagaganap po sa buong mundo, parang isang babala po sa ating mga kasama na sana'y makaisip pa po tayo ng marami pang paraan upang makapagbigay po tayo at maibsan ang mangyayaring paghihirap na parating. Sapagkat ang inyo pong lingkod ay naniniwala na ito po ay iigting pa, itong gulo na ito ay iigting pa. Dahil katulad po ng sinabi kanina ni Senator Erwin Tulfo na maaring ginagamit na rin po ito sa usapin ng ekonomiya. Ito po ay parte na ng psychological warfare. Ito po kasing gulo na ito ay hindi po ito matasabi natin na parang ningas kugol lang, bukas tapos na. Hindi po. Ito pong gulo na ito ay maaring tumagal pa ng tumagal. Ang inaasahan po natin ay makaisip tayo ng mga paraan na maging independent po tayo sa usapin ng kung kanino ba tayo papanig. Magkaroon po tayo ng mga relationship doon sa mga kapitbahay natin ng mga Muslim countries na mayroong mga oil, katulad po ng Malaysia, katulad po ng Brunei, magkaroon po tayo ng mas matinding relationship sa kanila. Ganon din po sa Indonesia na kinukunan natin ng coal. Ito po mga Muslim countries na ito, siguro ang hinihingi po natin ay magkaroon tayo ng mas malalim pang pakikipagkaibigan sa kanila dahil sa akin pong paniwala, hindi po ito matatapos sa lalong madaling panahon. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Majority
President.
Leader.
Mr. President, just for the record, Senator Go would like to be made a co-author of this measure, as well as Senators Camille Villar and Senator Jingo Estrada would like to be made co-authors of this measure and request that their co-sponsorship speeches be inserted into the record.
So inserted into the record and so recorded the manifestation.
Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study the measure further, move to suspend consideration of the measure. We promise to the gentle lady sponsor that we will put it first item on the agenda tomorrow, Mr. President.
All right. Consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1432 under Committee Report number 5. This is the FOI, Freedom of Information, Mr. President, People's Right to Information.
Any objection? Hearing none, considerations measures
To sponsor
in
the
order.
measure is Senator Robin Hood Padilla, and to interpolate is Senator Kiko Pangilinan. That's the
Senator
status.
Robin Padilla is recognized to continue sponsorship, and Senator Francis Pangilinan is recognized to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we know if the good sponsor, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, is willing to yield to a few questions, Mr. President?
Opo, isa pong karangalan para sa amin ang makatanggap po ng mga paglilinaw at tanong mula po sa bayani ng mga magsasaka.
Maraming salamat at nais ko pong ilagay po sa ating mga records na suportado po natin itong freedom, itong measure na ito dahil isa tayo sa mga author. In fact, nung 18th Congress, 17th Congress, kasama rin tayo sa mga sumusuporta sa Freedom of Information Bill. Kaya binabati ko at nagpapasalamat tayo na masigasig na dinedepensa ni Senator Padilla ang panukalang batas na ito. Naway, under his sponsorship, finally, maaprubahan na ito. Mahigit siguro magdadalawampung taon na. Na ito ay dinedebate. Having said that, meron po tayong ilang katanungan. Halimbawa, kapag ito ay naging batas, meron po bang mandato ba ng bawat ahensya ng gobyerno ay magkakaroon ng tanggapan na kung saan ay pwede doon hilingin? Saan pupunta, halimbawa, si Juan de la Cruz, kung nais po niyang malaman yung isang farm-to-market road project sa kanyang bayan, sa public works, saan siya pupunta para hilingin yung mga dokumentong may kinalaman doon sa proyekto sa kanyang lugar?
Opo, una po, tama po yung sinabi ng ating mahal na senador, Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan. Totoo po yun, na noon pa ho, nasa 16th Congress pa po ito. Ito po ay talagang ipinapasa na at katunayan na naipasa na po dito ito sa Senado. Nagkaroon lang po tayo ng konting problema doon sa Kamara. Doon po hirap na hirap pumasa ito. Doon po sa inyong tanong, doon po sa ating panukalang batas, nandito po yon na sinasabi po na bawat ahensya dapat magtayo po siya ng kanyang Freedom of Information Office. Yun po, sila po ang gagawa ng kanilang mga alituntunin. Sila din po ang gagawa ng kanilang kung papaano kukuha ng FOI doon sa ahensya na yon.
Yes. Siguro sa panahon ng pag-aamenda, pwedeng liwanagin ng husto dahil ang nakita na lang nating opisina o unit ay nasa section 11.
11 and 12 po.
Ito, line 5, page 17, no? The heads of each of the departments and agencies, in fact, nakalagay ito, may designate liaison units or committees who shall coordinate with other units in implementing this act. So baka dapat hindi may, dapat shall. At siguro maaring subject to style, the current Public Information Office or its equivalent in all government entities.
Napakaganda po ng inyo pong suggestion. Yaan po gawin na po natin kaagad amendment po yan.
Yes, so sa period of amendment, maaari nating imungkahi yung wording. No? Dapat may nakatukoy na ahensya o tanggapan sa loob mismo ng opisina kung saan dadalhin. No? Unless hindi ko nakita, pero parang doon ata ito. No? Meron din tayong katanungan. Babalik tayo, sorry.
Apo.
Medyo tumalon tayo. Dito sa Section 8, Mandatory Disclosure of Information. Hinahanap ko ang mga penalties. Kasi mandatory ito. Kung hindi sumunod, parang hindi ko nakita. Dapat siguro sa period of amendments, isama ang hindi pagsunod dito sa Section 8. Unless meron. Ang alam ko kasi...
Opo. Meron pong mga Section 21, tsaka po 22. Opo, naandyan po. Ang nakalagay po dyan, administrative offenses and penalties. Nailagay po na dyan. Meron din pong penalties ng imprisonment.
Yes, siguro para mas maliwanag.
Opo.
Dito sa Section 21, Administrative Offenses and Penalties, pati na rin sa Criminal Offenses and Penalties,
Opo.
i-amenda para idagdag yung Section 8. Dahil ang na-identify na mga section ay Section 12, Section 19. Pero yung mandatory provisions ng Section 8 hindi po nailagay.
Opo.
So siguro sa period of amendment ilagay din yung penalties para sa non-compliance sa mandatory sa Section 8, no?
Kung ano po ang mas makagaganda, yan po ay tatanggapin po natin. Opo.
Maraming salamat. Dahil kung naalala natin sa budget hearings, itong Section 8, Mandatory Disclosure of Information, minandato natin ang Farm to Market Road listahan para tiyak na mayroong coordinates at maisumite. Disclosed yun. So dito, dapat sana magandang mailagay yan. Kasi kung titingnan natin yung mga mandatory sa Section B, all agencies of all branches of government shall upload on their website, which shall be updated monthly, a register of the following public interest transactions, documents, or records. Budget of government agencies, itemized monthly collection at disbursement, summary of income and expenditure. Meron pa rito, items to bid. Number 7, bid results on civil works. Napakaganda niyan dahil makikita na kung ng ating mga kababayan ang mga transaksyon. Tapos, procurement contracts. Ayan, di ba? Entered into by government agencies. Construction or concession agreements. Yan, lahat po yan. Kaya napakaganda at mahalaga na merong maliwanag na penalties, administrative at criminal pag hindi sinunod itong section na ito. Sa amendments. Meron din tayong katanungan sa page 13, line number 14. Ito ay section 8 pa rin.
Section 8.
Yes. Merong halagang nakalagay rito. Baka kailangan lang ma-clarify. The register shall contain a brief description of the transaction involved, including but not limited to the nature and the object of the transaction, the parties and amounts involved, the key steps undertaken towards its conclusion, and the relevant dates provided, that contracts and agreements involving an amount of at least 50 million pesos shall be uploaded in full on the website. Bakit mayroong floor? Paano kung mas maliit? Hindi na i-upload.
Yun po kasi yung sa plunder, naalala niyo po yung sa plunder.
Yes, tama
Pero
po
kung
yun.
gusto niyo pong amendahan nyo, ako gusto ko po yan. Yung mas marami po kayong ilagay, mas maganda po yan.
Yes. Kasi halimbawa sa FMR, 15 million.
Opo.
So baka siguro sa period of amendment, pwede nating tanggalin yung ganung halaga at maging mas mababa. No?
Opo. Mainam po yun. Mainam po.
Maraming salamat. Siyempre, yung provision din na hindi pwede i-chop-chop. I guess nasa Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act na yun. Pero maganda pa rin mailabas din dito.
Sige po.
So, dito sa pagrereklamo, kaya mahalaga, I think, siguro sa period of amendment, mailagay din ng maliwanag.
Ako po kasi, Senator, bayani ng magsasaka hanggat humihigpit po, mas gusto ko.
Yes, sir.
Opo.
So itong notice dito sa proseso ng pagrereklamo,
Opo.
bago pa nun, sorry, atas tayo ng konti. Ang bilang ko sa mga exception dun sa disclosure ay napakarami.
Ganun po. Opo.
Baka kasi maging basehan ng pang-aabuso, no? Na although may proseso naman, ano, na pag ikaw ay humingi ng ganitong dokumento at sinabi ng ahensya, hindi pwede dahil exception yan, pwede namang umapela.
Opo.
Oo. At
Opo.
may
time po, may oras.
15
Opo.
days.
15 days, opo.
Dapat aksyonan kung pagbibigyan o igagrant o i-deny. Tapos pag
May appeal
na-deny,
pa po.
5 days.
Opo.
Ang pag nag-apela, may 5 araw, no? Dito hindi rin maliwanag, siguro sa period of amendment, sino ang magde-deny. Halimbawa, if the government agency decides to deny the request, diba? Siguro again, sa period of amendments, baka pwede nating maging mas ma-specify natin aling ahensya sa loob ng aling unit o tanggapan sa loob ng ahensya. Wala pa tayong proposal pero pag-aaralan po natin. Kung willing ang ating sponsor, baka magandang ma-identify din yun. No?
Opo. Pero diyan po na nakalagay po dyan sa ating panukala, magkakaroon po ng mga officers. Kapag naging batas po ito, magkakaroon ng mga FOI officers po.
Yun.
Opo.
Yun. Okay. So siguro doon pwede natin i-harmonize itong...
Opo.
So pagka sorry. At palagay ko baka may idadagdag tayong mga requirements dito sa reporting, no, yung mandatory disclosure na ilagay na yung digital portals. Gamitin na natin yung mga special provisions na nilagay natin sa budget ng 2026. Dahil alam naman natin, itong special provisions na ito, pwedeng nandyan sa gaan ng 2026, pwedeng wala na sa gaan ng 2027. Depende yan. Kasi every year natin pinapasa ang panibagong budget. So baka maaring dito ulit sa mandatory Section 8. Sorry, patalon-talon ako dahil yun, sa Section 8, mailagay yung mandatory establishment of dashboards at digital portals ng ating mga ahensya.
Sige po. Opo, maganda po yan. Opo.
At siguro, maybe without prejudice to raising additional questions during the period of amendments.
Opo.
Wala na po tayong katanungan sa ngayon at ako'y nagpapasalamat. Ay, sorry. Ito pala. Yung sa System of Incentives, Section 27, Incentives and Rewards, I apologize na nasa ilalim ng aking mga files. May nakalagay na System of Special Incentives and Rewards at given to appropriate government agencies. Siguro kailangan nating alamin sino, unang-una, ang mag-evaluate nitong system of incentives and approve these incentives and rewards. Hindi kasi nailagay sa batas kung sino ang gagawin nito, sino ang gagawa nito. So, kung baka sa period of amendments, pwede nating mas specify. Pangalawa, yung source ng funding nito, saan manggagaling. Again, sa period of amendments, pwede nating i-introduce ito.
Opo, opo. Sa ngayon po, yung PICO, sa ngayon, pero mas maganda po talaga, specify po natin talaga para mas malinaw po. Opo, tama po kayo. Opo.
Salamat, salamat. Itong tanong sa protection of privacy, siyempre kinakailangan balansehin yung
Data
Privacy
Privacy
Act at itong right of access to information. So, ano kaya ang magiging standards or safeguards ng ating mga ahensya ng pamahalaan para ma-determine kung ano nga ba ang pwedeng Although of course may mahabang listahan ng mga exceptions, no? Doon din ang katanungan ko ron, paano natin matitiyak na hindi ito aabusuhin at i-invoke lagi itong mga exceptions at hindi ma-access itong mga impormasyon. That's why I think mahalaga itong nabanggit ninyong PICO para merong tanggapan na may responsibilidad dito. I'm not sure if it will be advisable na yung Public Information Office should also be, baka may presensya o ang, hindi siguro, no, yung Department of Information and Communication Technology, paano natin titiyakin yan, no? But again, ito'y palaisipan again, we will probably raise these questions additionally pagdating ng period of amendments. Tapos yung DICT bilang government-wide mandate to monitor agency websites, support compliance, prescribe publication standards. Alamin din natin siguro, meron na bang opisina itong DICT para dito o dapat bang mag-establish ng isang opisina o tanggapan under this law?
Opo, lahat po kasi ng ahensya dito po sa ating panukala, kailangan po silang gumawa lahat. Bawat opisina ng FOI po.
So mas maganda siguro kung sa period of amendments, ma-introduce din natin, may tanggapan ba sa DICT na dapat siyang mag-oversee nitong FOI implementation. No?
Meron ba sa ngayon? Wala. We will make sure, sir, na meron po.
Yes.
Meron.
No. Pero wala pa ata sa batas. Dahil nga wala pang batas.
Opo.
So dapat siguro ilagay natin sa batas. So yun na lamang po. Again, without prejudice to raising some clarificatory questions during the period of amendments, we have no further questions. Nais natin pasalamatan ang ating sponsor sa kanyang masigasig na pagsusulong ng ating Freedom of Information measure.
Thank you po. Thank you po, sir.
Maraming salamat, sir.
Salamat po.
Mr. President,
Yes.
just a very quick
Senator
manifestation.
Joel Villanueva is
Yes, Mr.
recognized.
President. This is just to put my full support to our distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, for pushing this very important landmark piece of legislation. We have been pushing for this measure for 23 years now, Mr. President, and Just to also add to what he mentioned a while ago with regard to the queries of the gentleman from Pampanga, Senator Pangilinan, may mga opisina na po sa iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan na merong ganitong bureau, Mr. President, that tackles and takes care of important information, Mr. President. It's just that, unfortunately, pagka po nanghingi sila at na-deny, hindi po sila makaapila, Mr. President. Wala rin pong time frame, Mr. President. So with this law that we are pushing, with this bill that the gentleman from Nueva Ecija, Senator Padilla, is sponsoring, magkakaroon po ng timelines, meron pong apila, at meron pong talagang tanggapan na titingin ng kanilang mga requests in the name of transparency and accountability. So again, Mr. President, we put our full support in passing this very important piece of legislation, and we thank the gentleman from Nueva Ecija, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, for sponsoring the measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And yes, we fully support this measure as well, Mr. President, your Majority Floor Leader. If you can remember, pinasa na rin po natin ito nung 17th Congress, Mr. President. You were also the Senate President at that
Yes.
time when we passed this, and I was the Majority Floor Leader.
I made this a campaign promise.
That's correct, Mr. President. So there are no longer any members who wish to interpolate. We close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, we have a few colleagues who want to propose amendments, but they're requesting for it to be done tomorrow. But we can allow the sponsor to do his committee amendments if ever, if he has, Mr. President. So I move to open the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we recognize our distinguished sponsor to propose his amendments.
Senator Robin Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayorya. Ito po ang aking mga amenda mula po kay Senadora Risa Ontiveros, bunga ng kanyang interpelasyon noong nakaraang linggo. Babawasan po natin ang mga exemptions sa People's Freedom of Information Act. On page 6, lines 23 to 24 to page 7, lines 1 to 6, delete the entire section 7, subsection D of the exceptions pertaining to matters of human security. Then, re-letter the succeeding subsections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
So there is no replacement, just deletion.
Apo.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 8, lines 1 to 6, delete the entire section 7, subsection J of the exceptions pertaining to personal and sensitive information, as this is already covered by section 10. Then, re-letter the succeeding subsections accordingly. I
Any
so move,
objection?
Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page 8, lines 7 to 9, delete the entire section 7, subsection K of the exceptions pertaining to information that might cause acts of discrimination. Then, re-letter the succeeding subsections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On section 11, Freedom of Information Manual. Ito naman po ang amyenda,
What page is that? Section 11,
page 15 po.
16.
Ito po ay mula po sa inyo pong opisina ng ating Ginoong Pangulo, Senate President Vicente Soto III, na pinabibilis ang panahon upang makapaghanda ng FOI manual ang mga ahensya ng pamahalaan. Mula 6 na buwan ay magiging 3 buwan na lamang. On page 15, lines 23 to 24 to page 16, lines 1 to 2, delete and replace the phrase for the effective implementation of this act. All government agencies shall prepare a Freedom of Information (FOI) manual within 6 months from the effectivity of this act, indicating the following, with the phrase, within 3, open parentheses, put the number 3, close parentheses, months from the effectivity of this act, all government agencies shall adopt a Freedom of Information, acronym FOI, manual to ensure the effective implementation of this act and shall implement the following. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Amenda pong muli, galing po kay Senadora Risa Ontiveros, bunga ng kanyang interpelasyon noong nakaraang linggo, upang mas maging malinaw ang probisyong ito sa Section 23, Denial in Good Faith, Not Ground for Liability.
Section
23 po.
23, page.
30.
Okay, proceed.
On page 30, line 7, after the word denial, insert a comma and the phrase, and showing by clear and convincing evidence that the circumstances warranted such denial. The amended Section 23 shall now read as follows. Section 23, denial in good faith, not a ground for liability. A denial in good faith of a request made pursuant to the provisions of this Act shall not constitute grounds for administrative, civil, or criminal liability. In cases of denial of the request, the public official, officer, or employee involved must prove that she acted in good faith by specifying the ground relied upon for the denial, comma, and showing by clear and convincing evidence that the circumstances warranted such denial. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Meron din po pang isang amenda mula po kay Senadora Risa Ontiveros, pagdaragdag po ng bagong probisyon para bigyang proteksyon ang mga mamamayang mag-request ng public information. On page 31, line 9, insert a Section 28 to read as follows. Section 28, strategic lawsuits against public participation. A strategic lawsuit against public participation, open parenthesis, acronym, SLAP, close parenthesis, is any action filed to harass, vex, or exert undue pressure against any person or legal entity that has taken legal action or made a public communication of any kind in connection with the enforcement or protection of the rights recognized herein or any other legislation or administrative issuance related to freedom of information. The defendant in a SLAP may file a special motion to dismiss at any point of the proceedings alleging that the case is a SLAP. This special motion to dismiss shall be resolved within, open parenthesis, 30 days after it is heard. If the court dismisses the SLAP, it shall award damages, attorney's fees, and cost of suit. Then the succeeding section shall be renumbered accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Adopted, subject to style.
Sa ngayon po, Ginoong Pangulo, wala na pong amyenda pa pero aantayin po natin ang ibibigay po ng opisina ni Senator Kiko Pangilinan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you,
Thank you very much,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President. Mr. President, may we just request for a clean copy from the Secretariat so that tomorrow we can follow
All right.
the amended already measure by
And
the
in
good
the meantime,
sponsor.
just suspend consideration and not close the period of amendments.
No, sir. We
right.
move to suspend consideration.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President,
Okay.
with that, we have no other further business to take up. I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, March 17, 2026. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, 17th of March, 2026.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President.